Hey, welcome. Before we start tonight's story, I just wanted to say that I never expected these episodes to become part of so many people's evenings. Every time I read the comments, I see people checking in from different places, sharing a small part of their night, and I really appreciate that. So whether you're listening for the first time or you've been here for a while, thanks for spending a little time here tonight. Now let's settle in. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case. I'll take it slowly, focusing on the details and letting the story unfold at its own pace. And if you find yourself coming back night after night, consider subscribing. I'd love to have you here again for the next one. All right, this is episode 162. Let's begin. On a cold evening in February 1994, the town of Easton, Connecticut, was settling into the familiar quiet that arrives after sunset in rural communities. The roads were mostly empty. The lights inside scattered homes glowed softly against the darkness, and very little seemed out of the ordinary. Among the residents enjoying what appeared to be a normal evening was 40-year-old insurance executive Helle Crafts, a Danish-born flight attendant who had spent years building a life in the United States. To people who knew her, Helle was intelligent, hardworking, and devoted to her children. She balanced her career with family responsibilities and maintained close contact with friends and relatives. From the outside, her life appeared stable, but beneath the surface, her marriage to her husband Richard had been deteriorating for years. Friends later recalled that Helle had become increasingly worried about the future of the relationship. She suspected Richard was involved with another woman and had begun discussing divorce. Those conversations were not casual remarks made during moments of frustration. She was actively gathering information about her finances and speaking seriously about ending the marriage. Several people remembered her expressing concern about how Richard might react if she followed through. At the time, those worries seemed understandable given the strain in the marriage. Nobody imagined they would eventually become central to one of the most unusual homicide investigations in American criminal history. Helle was scheduled to return home from work on the evening of November 18, 1986. She flew regularly as part of her job and had completed countless trips before without incident. When she arrived back in Connecticut after a flight, she expected to return to her family and continue with the routine of daily life. That routine ended abruptly sometime during the night. The next day, Richard told people that his wife had disappeared. According to him, she may have left voluntarily. He suggested she was unhappy and possibly wanted a fresh start elsewhere. At first, there was little evidence to contradict that claim. Adults occasionally leave relationships, and missing person cases often begin with uncertainty. But as days turned into weeks, the circumstances surrounding Helle's disappearance became increasingly difficult to explain. She had left behind her children, her job, her personal belongings, and virtually every part of her life. Friends who knew her well found the idea that she would simply vanish without contact impossible to believe. Her family in Denmark shared the same opinion. Helle was deeply connected to the people around her. Walking away from everything without warning did not fit her character. Investigators began examining Richard's account more closely. They learned that the marriage had indeed been troubled, and that Richard had been involved in an extramarital relationship. Witnesses described frequent arguments and growing tension inside the household. Yet suspicion alone could not prove a crime. Detectives needed evidence, and at first there was very little. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local snowplow driver recalled seeing something unusual during the early morning hours after Helle disappeared. While driving along a remote road, he noticed a rented wood chipper parked near a bridge. Nearby stood a truck that appeared to belong to Richard Crafts. At the time, the sight seemed strange, but not necessarily criminal. Connecticut winters often involve all kinds of outdoor work and equipment. Months later, however, when investigators began reconstructing the timeline, the observation suddenly became extremely important. The area around that bridge was searched carefully. What investigators found there transformed the case. Scattered across the frozen ground and along the riverbank were tiny fragments of evidence. Some were so small they could easily have been overlooked. Among them were pieces of human tissue, strands of hair, fragments of bone, and personal items linked to Helle. Forensic specialists worked painstakingly to recover and identify the material. The process took months and required extraordinary attention to detail. As investigators pieced together the evidence, they developed a theory unlike anything most people had ever encountered. Prosecutors alleged that Richard murdered Helle inside the family home and then attempted to destroy and dispose of the evidence using a rented wood chipper. The theory sounded so shocking that many initially struggled to believe it. Yet forensic findings, witness observations, rental records, and physical evidence gradually combined to support the prosecution's case. One of the most remarkable aspects of the investigation was the sheer complexity involved in proving a homicide without recovering a complete body. Detectives, forensic scientists, and prosecutors had to build their case through hundreds of individual details. Hair recovered from the scene matched Helle. Biological evidence linked the remains to her. Witnesses described Richard's behavior before and after the disappearance. Rental records established his access to equipment. Financial and personal records revealed motive connected to the failing marriage and impending divorce. The case became one of the earliest major examples of a successful murder prosecution without a fully recovered body. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony as experts explained how seemingly insignificant fragments could reveal an entire chain of events. The prosecution carefully assembled the story piece by piece, relying on science, witness accounts, and meticulous investigation rather than a single dramatic revelation. When the trial concluded, Richard Crafts was convicted of murder. The case entered criminal justice history because it demonstrated how determined investigators could reconstruct the truth even when a perpetrator went to extraordinary lengths to conceal a crime. For Helle's family, however, the case was never about legal milestones or forensic innovations. It was about a woman whose life ended far too soon and whose loved ones refused to accept a story that never made sense. Years later, the investigation is still studied by detectives and forensic experts because of the patience required to solve it. The evidence was not waiting in plain sight. It had to be found fragment by fragment, clue by clue, across a frozen Connecticut landscape. What began as a disappearance eventually became a landmark homicide case. Next story. In the summer of 1985, the city of Tacoma, Washington, was experiencing the kind of growth that many American cities saw during that decade. New businesses were opening, neighborhoods were expanding, and people moved through their daily lives with little reason to imagine that one of the region's most disturbing criminal investigations was quietly taking shape. Among those residents was a 29-year-old woman named Diane whose life appeared, from the outside, entirely ordinary. She worked hard, maintained close relationships with family members, and spent much of her time balancing work responsibilities with the routines of everyday life. Friends described her as dependable and thoughtful, someone who showed up when she promised and rarely acted impulsively. When Diane suddenly stopped answering calls, the initial concern was limited. People become busy, plans change, messages go unanswered. But as the days passed, that concern slowly deepened into something more serious. Family members began contacting friends. Friends contacted coworkers. Coworkers checked places she normally visited. Nobody had seen her. The silence itself became the most alarming detail because it was so completely unlike her. Police eventually opened a missing person investigation. At first, there was very little to work with. Diane's disappearance lacked the dramatic signs that often accompany serious crimes. There were no obvious witnesses, no public disturbance, no immediate evidence suggesting violence. Investigators were left trying to reconstruct an ordinary life in hopes of discovering where it had suddenly diverged from its normal path. The process was slow and methodical. Detectives examined phone records, interviewed friends, reviewed financial activity, and mapped out her final known movements. What emerged was a picture of a woman whose life had been proceeding normally until it abruptly stopped. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Personal belongings had been left behind. Future plans remained unfinished. The evidence increasingly suggested that she had not chosen to disappear. As weeks turned into months, the investigation expanded. Detectives began focusing on people who had recently entered Diane's life. One individual in particular attracted attention. He appeared cooperative during initial interviews and seemed willing to answer questions. Yet investigators noticed small inconsistencies in his statements. None of them seemed significant in isolation. A timeline that shifted slightly. A detail remembered differently from one interview to the next. A claim that did not quite align with information provided by witnesses. These inconsistencies did not immediately prove anything. Human memory is imperfect, especially under stress. Nevertheless, experienced investigators understand that major cases are often solved not through dramatic revelations, but through the gradual accumulation of small details. Piece by piece, detectives continued comparing statements, verifying claims, and testing evidence. The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected direction. Evidence recovered during the investigation began connecting events that initially appeared unrelated. Witness observations, physical evidence, and forensic findings slowly converged into a coherent picture. The case transformed from a puzzling disappearance into a homicide investigation. What had once seemed like scattered fragments of information suddenly fit together. Prosecutors later argued that the crime resulted from a personal conflict that escalated into violence. The evidence presented at trial did not rely upon a single dramatic moment. Instead, it was built through careful reconstruction of events. Investigators demonstrated how seemingly ordinary interactions concealed growing tensions. Witnesses described behaviors that appeared insignificant at the time, but became meaningful when viewed in context. Forensic experts explained how physical evidence helped establish a timeline and supported the broader narrative developed by detectives. The trial itself attracted significant attention because it highlighted the painstaking nature of homicide investigations. Popular culture often portrays criminal cases as being solved through one decisive clue or a dramatic confession. In reality, many investigations are more like assembling a massive puzzle with most of the pieces missing. Detectives spend months or years collecting information, eliminating possibilities, and testing theories before a complete picture emerges. For Diane's family, the courtroom proceedings represented the culmination of a long and painful search for answers. They had spent months living with uncertainty, hoping for news while fearing what that news might be. Throughout the investigation, they continued speaking with detectives, providing information, and helping keep attention focused on the case. Their persistence played an important role in ensuring that the disappearance was never forgotten. When a verdict was finally delivered, it brought a measure of resolution, but not an end to the loss. Cases like these leave lasting effects that extend far beyond courtrooms. Friends remember conversations that suddenly became final. Family members revisit ordinary memories that acquire new meaning with time. Communities reflect on how easily familiar routines can be disrupted. Years later, investigators who worked the case often described it as a reminder of the importance of patience. The truth did not emerge quickly. It revealed itself slowly, through hundreds of interviews, countless documents, forensic examinations, and careful attention to details that might have seemed insignificant to anyone else. What began as a quiet missing person report ultimately became a solved homicide case because investigators refused to stop looking for connections hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life. And perhaps that is what remains most striking about the story. Not the courtroom, the headlines, or even the investigation itself, but the realization that major cases often begin in the most ordinary way imaginable. A missed phone call, an unanswered message, a routine that suddenly breaks. Small moments that, at first, seem too minor to matter until someone finally notices that something is wrong. Next story. For years, people in the town remembered the sound before they remembered the crime. It was a train horn echoing through the darkness just before dawn, a sound so familiar that most residents barely noticed it anymore. The freight line ran through the edge of town every morning, rattling windows and announcing its presence long before the locomotive came into view. For most people, it was simply part of life. For investigators working one particular case, however, that train would eventually help establish a timeline that exposed a carefully constructed lie. The story centered on a man named Raymond Walker, a 56-year-old owner of a small auto repair shop that had served the community for nearly 3 decades. Raymond was not wealthy, but he was comfortable. Customers trusted him, local businesses recommended him, and many of his employees had worked beside him for years. He had the reputation of someone who solved problems quietly and preferred hard work over attention. When Raymond failed to open his shop one Monday morning, employees assumed he was running late. That had happened before. A doctor's appointment or a family obligation occasionally delayed him. By lunchtime, however, concern began spreading through the staff. His phone went straight to voicemail. Text messages received no response. Calls to relatives produced the same result. The following day, one of his mechanics drove to Raymond's house. The property looked perfectly normal. His truck remained parked outside. The curtains were open. Nothing appeared damaged or disturbed. Yet there was no answer at the door. Police eventually entered the home and found signs of a life interrupted without warning. A cup sat beside a recliner in the living room. A television remote rested on a side table. A pair of reading glasses lay open atop a newspaper whose crossword puzzle had been only partially completed. The details suggested Raymond had expected to continue his evening exactly as he always did. What investigators did not find was Raymond himself. At first, detectives explored every possibility. They examined financial records, interviewed friends and family members, and reviewed security footage from businesses he regularly visited. Nothing indicated that he planned to leave voluntarily. His bank accounts remained untouched. His credit cards showed no activity. There was no evidence of travel, preparation, or communication suggesting he intended to disappear. As the days passed, attention turned toward Raymond's business affairs. Running an auto repair shop had exposed him to countless customers and business relationships over the years. Most were routine. Some were not. Investigators discovered an ongoing dispute involving a former business associate named Michael Grayson. The disagreement centered around ownership interests in commercial property connected to the repair business. Court documents revealed months of arguments, legal filings, and increasingly hostile exchanges. Witnesses described a relationship that had deteriorated badly. Friends recalled conversations in which Raymond expressed frustration and concern regarding the dispute. Employees remembered tense meetings and heated phone calls. None of it proved a crime had occurred, but detectives took notice. When Michael Grayson was interviewed, he denied any involvement in Raymond's disappearance. He acknowledged the dispute, but insisted they had not met recently. According to his account, their contact had become limited and mostly involved lawyers. Investigators soon discovered problems with that statement. Phone records showed communication between the two men far more recent than Grayson admitted. Surveillance footage placed his vehicle near Raymond's neighborhood on the evening detectives believed Raymond was last alive. The discrepancies were enough to deepen suspicion, though still not enough to bring charges. The investigation continued. Weeks became months. Public attention faded and then returned whenever new developments emerged. Search teams examined wooded areas, abandoned structures, and remote sections of property connected to various leads. Most searches produced nothing. Then a survey crew conducting work near an unused industrial site made an unexpected discovery. Buried beneath debris and soil, investigators found human remains. The remains were identified as Raymond Walker. For his family and employees, the discovery ended months of uncertainty. For detectives, it provided the evidence needed to move forward. The case that emerged during the following investigation was built through careful reconstruction of events rather than a single dramatic breakthrough. Prosecutors argued that financial conflict and personal resentment had escalated into violence during a meeting between the two men. Evidence presented at trial included forensic findings, digital records, witness testimony, and vehicle data that helped establish a timeline. Among the details examined was the familiar train that passed near the area every morning. Witnesses remembered hearing the train's horn while noticing activity connected to the case. Investigators used those observations, along with other evidence, to narrow specific windows of time and challenge portions of Grayson's account. What had once seemed like an ordinary background sound became one small piece of a much larger puzzle. The trial lasted several weeks. Jurors listened to testimony describing years of business dealings, financial pressures, and the investigation that eventually uncovered the truth. By the end, prosecutors had assembled a case that relied not on a confession or eyewitness account, but on the combined weight of many individual facts. When the verdict was returned, Raymond's family finally received answers. They could not recover the years lost to uncertainty, nor could they undo what had happened. But they no longer had to wonder where he was or what became of him. Long after the headlines disappeared, people in town continued visiting the repair shop that Raymond had spent decades building. New ownership eventually took over, employees moved on with their lives, and the case gradually became part of local history. Yet every morning, the same freight train still passed through town, its horn echoing across the streets just as it had for years. Most people barely noticed the sound anymore. But for those who remembered the case, it remained linked forever to the investigation that transformed an ordinary piece of daily life into a clue that helped reveal the truth. Next story. Nobody could agree on exactly when they had last seen Margaret Kane. That was one of the details that made the case so frustrating in the beginning. Usually, when a person disappears, investigators can establish a fairly clear timeline. Someone remembers a conversation. A coworker recalls seeing them leave the office. A neighbor notices them collecting mail. In Margaret's case, the timeline seemed to dissolve the moment detectives tried to pin it down. Some people believed they had seen her at a grocery store. Others thought they had spoken to her a few days later. A former coworker was certain he had passed her in a parking lot nearly a week after family members believed she had vanished. Every lead seemed plausible for a few hours before falling apart under closer examination. Margaret was 62 years old and lived alone in a quiet suburb outside Columbus, Ohio. She had spent most of her adult life working as a school administrator before retiring. Her days followed a comfortable rhythm. She volunteered at a local library, attended community events, and maintained regular contact with her family. Although she enjoyed her independence, she was not isolated. There were always people expecting to hear from her. That was why concern began spreading quickly. A daughter who normally spoke with Margaret every few days realized nearly 2 weeks had passed without a call. Messages went unanswered. Friends had not seen her. The library where she volunteered reported that she had missed several scheduled shifts without explanation. When family members entered her house, they found no obvious signs of trouble. The home was tidy. Dishes had been washed and put away. A knitting project remained unfinished beside a chair in the living room. Fresh groceries sat inside the refrigerator. The scene suggested normal life had simply stopped. Her vehicle remained parked in the driveway. Her purse was inside the house. Her passport had not been used. Nothing pointed toward voluntary disappearance. Investigators spent weeks examining every aspect of Margaret's life. Financial records showed no unusual activity. Phone records revealed routine conversations with family and friends. The more detectives learned about her, the harder it became to imagine her willingly abandoning everything. Then attention shifted toward a man named David Mercer. Mercer had worked as a handyman and occasionally performed maintenance on several rental properties owned by Margaret. Witnesses described their relationship as friendly, though not particularly close. At first, detectives considered him just another person who might possess useful information. During interviews, however, certain details began attracting attention. Mercer claimed he had not visited Margaret's house for several weeks before her disappearance. Yet neighbors remembered seeing his truck there much more recently. He explained the discrepancy as a simple mistake in memory. Then investigators discovered financial transactions linking the two. Margaret had recently withdrawn a substantial amount of cash. Nobody could account for where the money went. As detectives continued digging, they learned Mercer was facing serious financial problems. Credit card debt had accumulated. Loan payments were overdue. Several former business arrangements had collapsed, leaving him under increasing pressure. Suspicion grew, but suspicion alone was not enough. The case remained stalled for months. Public attention gradually faded. Newspaper coverage became less frequent. New investigations replaced old headlines. Yet detectives assigned to the case continued working through leads, convinced that answers existed somewhere beneath the surface. The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected source. A survey crew conducting work on undeveloped land outside the city discovered what appeared to be human remains concealed in a heavily wooded area. Authorities responded immediately. The location was remote enough that few people ever visited it. Dense vegetation covered much of the ground, making discovery unlikely unless someone happened to be working nearby. Forensic examination eventually confirmed the remains belonged to Margaret Kane. The discovery transformed months of uncertainty into a homicide investigation. Evidence recovered from the scene, combined with phone data, witness testimony, and financial records, allowed investigators to reconstruct a much clearer timeline. Prosecutors later argued that Margaret's trust had been exploited by someone who saw financial opportunity where others saw friendship. According to the case presented at trial, a dispute involving money escalated into violence. What followed was an attempt to conceal the crime and create enough confusion that the disappearance might never be solved. The prosecution's case relied upon hundreds of small details assembled over time. No single piece of evidence stood alone. Instead, investigators built a picture through careful accumulation. Vehicle movements, financial records, witness accounts, digital evidence, forensic findings. Like individual threads woven together, the details eventually formed a story that jurors could see clearly. When deliberations concluded, the jury returned a guilty verdict. For Margaret's family, the conviction provided answers, though not the outcome they had hoped for during the long months she remained missing. Friends remembered her kindness, her volunteer work, and the way she always seemed to know everyone in a room. Detectives remembered the challenge of a case that began with uncertainty so complete that nobody could even agree on the date she disappeared. And perhaps that is what makes the story memorable. There was no dramatic emergency call, no witness who saw everything happen, and no obvious clue waiting to be discovered. There was only a woman whose ordinary routines quietly stopped, leaving behind a mystery that took patience, persistence, and years of investigation to finally solve. Next story. The call that started the investigation was so ordinary that nobody remembered it clearly afterward. A receptionist at a small accounting firm answered the phone late on a Wednesday afternoon and spoke with one of the firm's longtime clients, a 64-year-old retired contractor named Frank Delaney. The conversation lasted less than 2 minutes. Frank wanted to reschedule an appointment, mentioned that he was expecting someone to visit his property later that evening, and ended the call the same way he always did, with a polite thank you before hanging up. Nothing about the conversation seemed unusual. The receptionist handled dozens of calls every day and immediately moved on to the next task. It was only weeks later, after Frank had vanished and detectives began reconstructing his final known hours, that she realized she had been one of the last people to hear his voice. Frank lived alone on a large piece of land outside a small town in Kentucky. Years earlier, he had operated a successful construction business and accumulated several rental properties that provided a comfortable retirement. People who knew him often described him as cautious, practical, and somewhat stubborn. He preferred fixing things himself, disliked unnecessary expenses, and trusted very few people with his financial affairs. His daily routine rarely changed. Each morning began with coffee on the back porch overlooking a pond behind the house. Afternoons were often spent maintaining equipment, inspecting rental properties, or meeting tenants. In the evenings, he usually returned home before dark. When he failed to appear at a family gathering that weekend, relatives initially assumed something had delayed him. By the following Monday, concern had started to grow. Calls went unanswered. Text messages remained unread. One family member drove to his property and immediately sensed something was wrong. Frank's pickup truck sat beside the garage. His dog was inside the house. The television was off, but a lamp near his favorite chair remained switched on. Nothing appeared damaged. Nothing appeared stolen. Yet there was no sign of Frank. Deputies responding to the scene found a house that seemed suspended in the middle of an ordinary day. A newspaper lay folded on the kitchen table. Reading glasses rested beside it. A grocery list sat partially completed near the refrigerator. The details suggested someone who fully expected to continue living his normal life. Investigators quickly discovered that Frank had recently become involved in a complicated dispute involving one of his rental properties. The disagreement centered around ownership records, unpaid debts, and a proposed sale that had fallen apart unexpectedly. At first, the dispute seemed like a routine civil matter. People argue about property all the time. But as detectives interviewed witnesses, a particular name surfaced repeatedly. A man named Eric Nolan. Nolan had spent months negotiating with Frank regarding several pieces of land. According to court records and witness statements, their relationship had deteriorated significantly. Friends described heated arguments. Former business associates recalled threats and accusations involving money. Detectives interviewed Nolan early in the investigation. He admitted knowing Frank, but claimed they had not met recently. The statement appeared reasonable until phone records told a different story. Data showed multiple calls between the two men during the days immediately before Frank disappeared. More importantly, investigators uncovered evidence that Nolan's vehicle had traveled near Frank's property on the evening Frank was last seen alive. The case began gathering momentum. Search warrants were executed. Financial records were reviewed. Witnesses were interviewed repeatedly. Still, one major obstacle remained. Frank had not been found. Weeks passed. Public attention increased. Local newspapers covered the story. Volunteers joined search efforts. Detectives followed dozens of leads that ultimately produced nothing. Then an employee working at a gravel quarry several counties away noticed something unusual while inspecting a remote section of land rarely visited by workers. Authorities responded and discovered evidence that prompted a larger search of the area. The search eventually led investigators to human remains. The remains were identified as Frank Delaney. For his family, the discovery ended weeks of uncertainty. For detectives, it transformed the case into a homicide investigation supported by physical evidence rather than suspicion alone. Prosecutors later argued that financial pressure and personal resentment motivated the crime. According to their theory, a meeting related to the property dispute escalated into violence. What began as a business conflict became something far more serious, followed by an attempt to conceal both the crime and the victim. The trial unfolded over several weeks and relied heavily on the accumulation of details rather than a single dramatic revelation. Jurors heard testimony from forensic specialists, financial investigators, family members, and witnesses who described the increasingly hostile relationship between the two men. Piece by piece, prosecutors assembled a timeline showing how events unfolded during Frank's final days. When a verdict was finally delivered, many people focused on the years of investigation that led to the conviction. Others remembered something much simpler. They remembered how ordinary everything seemed at the beginning. A routine phone call, a rescheduled appointment, a man planning for the next day as though nothing unusual was about to happen. In hindsight, there was no dramatic warning, no obvious sign that his life was about to end. Just a normal afternoon conversation that blended into the background of an ordinary workday, becoming significant only later when investigators realized it marked one of the final moments before a mystery began. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who laughed in front of children entertained them with balloons and magic tricks, and yet kept a horrifying secret hidden beneath the walls of his own home. A man who lived a seemingly ordinary life in a quiet Chicago suburb, while committing crimes that would terrorize an entire city and horrify the world. This is the story of John Wayne Gacy. Born in 1942 in Chicago, Gacy grew up in a home that was anything but nurturing. His father was abusive, often angry, and Gacy later described the environment as controlling and terrifying. As a child, he developed a complex relationship with authority and a deep-seated need to maintain appearances. Early on, he learned to present a facade to the world, polite, charming, obedient. But underneath, a dark obsession began to form, a fascination with power, with control, and ultimately, with domination over the lives of others. By the 1960s, Gacy was an adult, married, and attempting to build a life that looked conventional. He ran small businesses, worked in politics, and became known as a community volunteer. People who met him described him as charismatic, affable, and trustworthy. He was generous to neighbors, organized events for local children, and even dressed as Pogo the Clown for parties and charity events. His public persona was impeccable, carefully curated to hide the turmoil and urges that lay beneath. But the calm suburban life was deceptive. Behind closed doors, Gacy began luring young men and boys into his home under the pretense of work, friendship, or mentorship. Once inside, he would overpower them, often using restraints to bind their wrists and ankles, manipulating them in ways that were horrifying and meticulously planned. These early offenses were carefully concealed, sometimes for years, because Gacy knew exactly how to maintain the appearance of innocence. His neighbors and colleagues had no reason to suspect the man who handed out candy at parades or posed with children in clown makeup could be capable of such crimes. By the early 1970s, the pattern escalated. Gacy began targeting teenage boys and young men he met at construction sites, bus stops, or social gatherings. He promised them work, money, or simply friendship. Once in his home, he would restrain them, assault them, and ultimately murder them. The killings were often methodical. Gacy had a system. He used handcuffs, rope, and occasionally chemical restraints to immobilize his victims. Many of the bodies were buried in the crawl space and basement of his own house, hidden beneath layers of concrete and flooring. Some he disposed of elsewhere, but the majority never left the property. Despite the horrors he committed, Gacy maintained a life of careful balance. He entertained children in the neighborhood as Pogo the Clown, volunteered for local politicians, and attended community events. To the outside world, he was the perfect neighbor, the model citizen. No one suspected that under the foundation of his home, beneath the polished floors and carefully maintained lawns, dozens of young men were missing. Gacy's ability to manipulate extended beyond his victims. When questioned about disappearances, he presented alibis, misled investigators, and deflected suspicion onto others. He cultivated a sense of trust, often leveraging his community connections to avoid scrutiny. In many ways, his public persona acted as camouflage, allowing him to continue his crimes for years without interference. The pattern began to unravel in December of 1978. One of Gacy's employees, a young man named Robert Piest, disappeared after leaving work to meet him. Piest's disappearance triggered an investigation that finally pierced the careful layers Gacy had built around himself. Police began examining his home, questioning neighbors, and piecing together the timeline of his movements and associations. The facade that had protected him for years was starting to crumble. When authorities entered Gacy's house, the full scale of his crimes was revealed. The basement and crawl space contained evidence of the murders he had carefully concealed. Bodies were found stacked and buried, some wrapped, some in plain sight beneath the flooring. The discovery shocked the nation. It was one thing to suspect an individual of serial killings. It was another to confront the reality of dozens of lives taken, methodically hidden, and systematically controlled within the walls of a single home. Gacy was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During the trial, his calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the horror of the crimes. He spoke politely, attempted to rationalize some behaviors, and even tried to negotiate with the court. The evidence, however, was overwhelming. Forensic analysis, victim testimony, and the meticulous records of disappearances and interactions left no doubt about his guilt. In 1980, Gacy was convicted of 33 murders, though investigators later speculated he may have claimed more victims. He was sentenced to death and spent the next 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 1994. His crimes left a permanent scar on the Chicago community, the families of the victims, and the national consciousness. The John Wayne Gacy case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for the terrifying juxtaposition of normalcy and horror. The man who entertained children as a clown, volunteered in politics, and maintained an impeccable suburban facade was the same man who lured, assaulted, and killed dozens of young men. It is a reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary of appearances, and that careful, methodical planning can make monsters nearly invisible to the world around them. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, Numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived 2 completely different lives at the same time, a man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life. as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, the records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence. It is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. Next story. The conviction of Eric Dalton brought a formal end to the criminal trial. But for investigators and for the community of Bellingham, the story of Laura Whitaker did not end in the courtroom. In the weeks after the verdict, detectives continued to review every detail of the case, documenting the full timeline of events that had unfolded during the months leading up to Laura's death. Understanding how Dalton's fixation developed and how he was able to approach her without raising earlier alarm became an important part of the investigation's final phase. Police interviewed former co-workers from the maintenance company that had employed him, learning that Dalton had struggled with unstable employment and had developed a pattern of becoming unusually attached to people he met during short-term jobs. None of those earlier incidents had escalated to violence, but several colleagues described him as someone who often misinterpreted ordinary conversations as signs of deeper personal interest. Investigators reconstructed Dalton's movements during the days before the crime. Records showed that he had driven past Laura's home several times during the week before October 12th. Neighbors later recalled seeing the same pickup truck in the area on multiple evenings, though at the time no one had found the presence suspicious. Phone records revealed that Dalton had attempted to call Laura twice before the night of the attack, but had hung up before leaving a message. Detectives concluded that he had been watching her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her when she was alone. The evidence suggested that the visit to her house had not been a spontaneous decision, but something he had been considering for several days. Forensic specialists also completed a detailed examination of the crime scene evidence. The blood traces near the doorway indicated that the initial struggle had happened almost immediately after Laura opened the door. The position of the overturned chair and the scattered papers suggested that she had attempted to defend herself and move toward the interior of the house. Investigators believed that Dalton forced his way inside and attacked her during that brief confrontation. The amount of blood at the scene was limited, which explained why he had been able to move her out of the house without leaving an obvious trail that neighbors might have noticed. The analysis of fibers and soil samples taken from Dalton's truck helped confirm the route he had taken after leaving the neighborhood. Those samples matched soil from the wooded location where Laura's body was eventually discovered. As the investigation closed, Laura's colleagues at the elementary school struggled to process the loss. Students who had been in her classroom during that school year were old enough to remember her kindness and the calm way she had approached teaching. Counselors were brought into the school to help children understand what had happened in a way that was appropriate for their age. Parents organized a memorial gathering at the school playground where Laura had often supervised recess. Teachers described how she had spent hours creating creative lessons and activities for her students, often bringing extra supplies with her own money to make sure every child could participate. Laura's family chose to create a scholarship fund in her name for students who planned to become teachers. The fund was supported by contributions from the local community and from educators across the state who had heard about the case. Each year, the scholarship was awarded to a student pursuing a career in elementary education, a tribute meant to continue the work Laura had loved. For her parents and siblings, the scholarship became a way to keep her memory connected to the purpose she had dedicated her life to. The case also led local law enforcement agencies to review how reports of suspicious behavior around schools and neighborhoods were handled. Detectives noted that several small details about Dalton's behavior had existed before the crime, but had never been reported because they seemed insignificant at the time. By encouraging earlier reporting of unusual interactions or repeated appearances by unfamiliar individuals, police hoped to prevent similar situations in the future. Community meetings were held where officers spoke with residents about recognizing warning signs and sharing information when something seemed out of place. Years later, the case of Laura Whitaker remained one of the most remembered investigations in Bellingham. For the detectives who worked on it, the case served as an example of how small pieces of evidence can gradually build a clear picture of events. A neighbor noticing a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, a few fibers in a vehicle, and a pattern of phone calls were all fragments that eventually connected to reveal the full story. Each detail alone might have seemed minor, but together they formed a chain that could not be ignored. For Laura's family, the passing years did not erase the loss, but the knowledge that the truth had been uncovered brought some measure of peace. They continued to attend the annual scholarship ceremony and speak with new students entering the teaching profession. Through those gatherings, they kept alive the memory of a teacher who had once spent her days helping children learn to read and discover the world around them. Though her life had been cut short, the community that knew her chose to remember the patience and dedication she brought to her classroom rather than the violence that ended her life. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance ultimately demonstrated the persistence required to solve crimes that begin with uncertainty and very little information. From the moment police first stepped into her quiet home and noticed the small signs that something was wrong, every step of the process required careful observation and determination. Through patient work and the cooperation of witnesses, forensic experts, and investigators, the events of that October evening were reconstructed piece by piece until the truth could finally be presented in court. The story remained a lasting reminder that justice often depends on the willingness to examine even the smallest details and follow them wherever they lead. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marion Lenahan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary Ann's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary and shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marian vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary Ann had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary Ann had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary Ann had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Mary Ann's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary Ann had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary Ann directly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. In the summer of 1995, in the small city of Riverside, California, 33-year-old bank manager Sandra Martinez lived what many people considered a stable and predictable life. She had built a steady career in banking, was known among colleagues for her meticulous attention to detail, and lived alone in a modest apartment not far from the branch where she worked. Sandra's days followed a routine that rarely changed. She would leave home early, open the bank with her staff, work through the busy hours of customer transactions, and then return home in the evening to quiet surroundings. Friends described her as cautious and organized, someone who rarely took risks and preferred familiar patterns. That routine made the events of July 18th stand out sharply. because that evening Sandra simply vanished during what should have been the most ordinary part of her day. Sandra had finished work shortly before closing time and left the bank around 6 in the evening. Coworkers remembered that she seemed completely normal, chatting briefly about weekend plans and mentioning that she intended to stop by a grocery store before heading home. Surveillance footage from the store later confirmed that she had indeed stopped there. She purchased a few basic items, paid in cash, and walked out carrying a small bag. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Sandra failed to show up for work the next morning, her absence immediately raised concern among coworkers who knew how reliable she was. After repeated calls to her apartment went unanswered, the bank manager contacted police and reported her missing. Officers arrived at Sandra's apartment later that day and found something that made the situation even more troubling. Her car was parked outside exactly where it should have been, but inside the apartment there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The groceries she had purchased the night before were still sitting on the kitchen counter, partially unpacked. Her purse was on the table, and her keys were lying nearby. It looked as though she had entered the apartment and started putting things away before being interrupted. Yet there were no clear signs of forced entry or violent struggle. The scene suggested that Sandra had encountered someone she either trusted or at least did not immediately fear. Detectives began examining Sandra's personal and professional life in detail. They interviewed coworkers, neighbors, friends, and family members, looking for any sign of conflict or unusual behavior in the days leading up to her disappearance. At first, nothing significant emerged. Sandra had no known enemies and no obvious personal disputes. However, when investigators reviewed records from the bank where she worked, they discovered that she had recently been involved in an internal review of suspicious financial activity connected to several large withdrawals. As part of her job, Sandra had been responsible for monitoring irregular transactions, and she had flagged a series of withdrawals that appeared linked to fraudulent accounts. The investigation had been ongoing for several weeks before she disappeared. Police began to explore the possibility that Sandra's disappearance might be connected to the financial irregularities she had discovered. They identified several individuals associated with the suspicious accounts, including a man named Victor Hale, who had previously been investigated for fraud in another state. Hale had recently opened multiple accounts at the bank and had been withdrawing money through a network of shell identities. Sandra had reportedly questioned the legitimacy of those accounts just days before she vanished. When detectives looked into Hale's background, they found a history of deception and financial crimes. Although he had never been convicted of violent offenses, his pattern of behavior suggested that he was willing to manipulate and exploit systems for personal gain. Investigators located Hale and brought him in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted to having accounts at the bank, but denied any involvement in Sandra's disappearance. He claimed he had never met her outside of routine banking interactions. However, detectives soon uncovered evidence contradicting his story. Security footage from the bank showed Hale visiting the branch several times in the week before Sandra vanished, often requesting to speak with her directly about account issues. Phone records also indicated that he had placed a call to Sandra's apartment the evening she disappeared, a fact he had not mentioned during questioning. As the investigation deepened, forensic teams re-examined Sandra's apartment for overlooked evidence. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood that had not been visible during the initial search. The pattern suggested that a struggle had occurred near the entrance to the apartment. Additional analysis revealed fibers that did not belong to Sandra and were later matched to materials found in Hale's vehicle. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the car, and inside they discovered more fibers and small traces of biological material that connected him to the scene. Confronted with this mounting evidence, Hale's explanation began to change. He admitted that he had gone to Sandra's apartment that evening to confront her about the financial investigation at the bank. According to his statement, he had become worried that her inquiries would expose the fraud scheme he had been operating through multiple accounts. During the confrontation, he claimed the argument escalated unexpectedly and turned violent. Investigators believed the confrontation had quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in Sandra's death. Hale eventually led detectives to a remote desert area outside the city where he had hidden Sandra's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of those who had been searching for her. Forensic evidence collected from the site further strengthened the case against him, linking the location to soil samples found in his vehicle and clothing. Prosecutors now had a complete narrative supported by physical evidence, digital records, and Hale's own statements. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the sequence of events that led to Sandra's death. They explained how her discovery of fraudulent bank activity had threatened Hale's financial scheme and how he had decided to confront her in an attempt to intimidate or silence her. Witnesses from the bank described Sandra's role in the investigation and her growing concern about the suspicious transactions. Forensic experts presented the evidence recovered from the apartment and Hale's car, demonstrating the connections that placed him at the scene of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps Hale had taken afterward to conceal the crime. The jury ultimately found him guilty of murder and fraud-related charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had deeply affected the Riverside community. Sandra Martinez had simply been doing her job, investigating irregular financial activity as part of her responsibilities at the bank. Her determination to follow the evidence led her to uncover a scheme that someone was willing to protect at any cost. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car in a John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her two sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a small business owner on an ordinary evening. A case that initially appeared to be a man simply leaving town, but slowly developed into a complex investigation that uncovered a carefully planned murder hidden beneath a web of lies. In the autumn of 2008, the city of Boise, Idaho moved through its usual calm routine as the weather began to cool and daylight faded earlier each evening. Among the many small businesses operating in the downtown district was a family-owned electronics repair shop run by 40-year-old Michael Turner. Michael had built the business over more than a decade and had developed a loyal customer base in the community. Friends and employees described him as hardworking and methodical, someone who rarely missed a day of work and who handled every detail of his shop personally. On the evening of September 12th, Michael finished repairing several customer devices before closing the shop shortly after 7 o'clock. One of his employees later recalled that he seemed tired, but in good spirits as he locked the front door and stepped out onto the quiet street. Security cameras from a nearby building captured him walking to his pickup truck and driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Michael failed to arrive home that night, his wife initially believed he might still be working late or meeting a supplier. But as the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, worry quickly grew. The following morning, when the shop remained closed and Michael still had not returned home, police were contacted. Detectives began by examining the security footage from the area around the repair shop. Cameras showed Michael's pickup leaving downtown and heading toward the residential neighborhood where he lived. But after passing through 2 intersections along that route, the vehicle suddenly turned in the opposite direction, moving toward a quieter industrial section of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, patrol officers discovered Michael's pickup parked behind an abandoned warehouse in that same industrial district. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. Michael's wallet and phone were both sitting on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the inside edge of the door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Michael's personal and professional relationships. Employees describe him as fair but strict when it came to business matters. Financial records showed the repair shop had recently been involved in a dispute with a supplier over a shipment of expensive electronic components that had gone missing during delivery. The supplier was a logistics company owned by a man named Stephen Gallagher. Gallagher was 45 years old and had done business with Michael's shop for several years. Records showed that a shipment worth nearly $50,000 had recently been reported missing, and Michael had refused to pay the invoice while the issue remained unresolved. Investigators decided to interview Gallagher. During the conversation, he admitted there had been a disagreement over the shipment, but insisted the matter was being handled through business channels. He also claimed he had not seen Michael in several weeks. However, detectives soon discovered evidence that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Gallagher's phone in the same industrial district where Michael's truck had been found on the night he disappeared. When investigators confronted him with that information, Gallagher said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another meeting. The explanation seemed weak, but detectives needed more evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Gallagher's cargo van. Inside the rear compartment, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the interior fabric from Michael's pickup truck. More significantly, they found faint blood traces along the metal floor panels that appear to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. With the forensic evidence linking Gallagher's vehicle to the missing man, detectives brought him in for another interrogation. They carefully presented the evidence, including the phone records, fiber matches, and blood analysis. As the questioning continued, his story began to change. Eventually, Gallagher admitted that he had arranged to meet Michael that evening to discuss the missing shipment and the payment dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial district where Michael's truck was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Gallagher attacked Michael. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to conceal the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Michael. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of land nearly 35 miles outside Boise, where a shallow grave had been hidden among tall grass and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Michael Turner. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Michael leaving his repair shop, diverting from his normal route to meet Gallagher, and arriving in the industrial district where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence found in the van and the fibers linking the two vehicles. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Gallagher took afterward to conceal the body and clean his van. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Stephen Gallagher was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Michael Turner's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and customers remembered him as someone who had spent years building a small business through dedication and hard work. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful forensic analysis. A few drops of blood inside a vehicle, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and patient investigative work slowly revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, the quiet industrial district where Michael's truck had been abandoned became the place where investigators first began uncovering the truth that eventually led to justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, betrayal, and the dark side of ambition. The kind of story that begins in ordinary suburban streets, but ends with a shocking crime that shakes an entire community to its core. It's about a man who appeared normal, even charming, but whose need for control and power would ultimately lead him to murder. This is the story of Robert Durst, the real-life billionaire whose life of wealth, privilege, and privilege-fueled secrecy became a decades-long tale of suspicion, disappearance, and murder. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, into one of New York's wealthiest families. His father, Seymour Durst, was a prominent real estate mogul who built a fortune in Manhattan, and his mother, Bernice, ran a tightly controlled household. From an early age, Robert was aware of the immense expectations placed on him. His father often expressed disappointment in Robert, criticizing him for laziness, irresponsibility, and a perceived lack of business acumen. Robert's older brother, Douglas, was the family golden boy, successful, disciplined, and favored in every way. Durst attended prestigious schools, including Lehigh University and the University of California, Los Angeles, where he studied economics. He was tall, handsome, and charming, the type who could attract friends and lovers easily. But beneath the surface lay a growing sense of resentment and isolation. Friends and classmates later described him as erratic, manipulative, and often detached, someone who would go to great lengths to avoid accountability or criticism. In 1971, Durst married Kathleen McCormick, a nurse from Pennsylvania. Friends described her as intelligent, warm, and the only person capable of taming Robert's volatile personality. But within a year, tensions had escalated. Kathleen had become increasingly unhappy in the marriage, frustrated by Robert's secrecy, erratic behavior, and controlling tendencies. On January 31st, 1982, Kathleen disappeared. She was last seen leaving their home in Westchester County, New York, and was never seen again. For decades, her disappearance remained a mystery. Authorities initially suspected foul play, but Durst was never formally charged. Friends and family claimed he was cooperative, though his alibis were often contradictory. Some reports suggested that he was violent in private, controlling, and paranoid, traits that would surface repeatedly in his life. Durst told investigators he had no idea what happened to Kathleen, but he was evasive and inconsistent when recounting his movements. For years, Robert Durst moved freely, using his wealth and family connections to shield himself from scrutiny. In 2000, he became the prime suspect in another crime, the murder of his neighbor, Morris Black, in Galveston, Texas. Black had been a friend of Durst's, and Durst claimed self-defense after Black supposedly attacked him. Durst admitted to dismembering Black's body and disposing of it in Galveston Bay, but he maintained that the killing was accidental. Remarkably, Durst was acquitted of murder in 2003, claiming self-defense and convincing a jury that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation. His wealth, charisma, and the ambiguous nature of the crime allowed him to walk free. But Durst's dark pattern did not end there. Over the years, he continued to live under assumed identities, moving from city to city, evading both law enforcement and the scrutiny of his own family. He changed his name, rented apartments under fake identities, and cultivated relationships that allowed him to maintain a veneer of normalcy while hiding an escalating pattern of violence and deceit. The crimes, the lies, and the evasions reached a tipping point in 2010. Durst had been living in New Orleans, attempting to lay low after years of suspicion surrounding Kathleen's disappearance. He was arrested for parole violations stemming from the Morris Black case, and media attention reignited interest in all his previous cases. Around this time, filmmakers working on an HBO documentary about Durst, The Jinx, gained unprecedented access to him. Through interviews, archival footage, and Durst's own admissions, the public finally began to understand the full scope of his life of crime. In a shocking twist during the documentary's production, Durst was recorded seemingly confessing to multiple murders, including that of his wife Kathleen, while apparently unaware that his microphone was still live. He spoke of the crimes in a detached, almost casual manner, revealing decades of manipulation, deception, and violence that had gone unchecked due to his wealth and social standing. Authorities quickly acted. Durst was arrested in New Orleans in 2015 and extradited to Los Angeles to face charges in Kathleen McCormick's murder. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. Long-standing patterns of abuse, inconsistencies in his statements over decades, and newly discovered links connecting him to her disappearance. His previous killings and suspicious behavior reinforced the narrative that Durst was capable of murder. The trial revealed a man who manipulated everyone around him. Friends and former lovers described him as charming yet controlling, capable of extreme deception to maintain power and avoid consequences. His life of privilege, combined with a cold and calculating nature, had allowed him to evade justice for decades, leaving families shattered and communities questioning how wealth and influence could distort accountability. On January 10th, 2021, Robert Durst died in a Los Angeles hospital while serving life sentences for his crimes, including the murder of Morris Black. Though he never faced a jury for Kathleen's disappearance due to his death before trial, his life had already left an indelible mark on true crime history. The Durst saga exposed the terrifying ways in which charm, wealth, and manipulation can mask unimaginable violence, and it forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that sometimes monsters were the faces of the people we trust most. The story of Robert Durst is not just about murder. It's about deception, privilege, and the lengths a person will go to protect themselves from accountability. It is about how obsession, entitlement, and a desire for control can turn someone into a lifelong threat, capable of destroying lives while hiding in plain sight. And it is a cautionary tale that reminds us the most dangerous people are often those who seem, at first, to have it all. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a quiet Sunday afternoon in a small English town that ended with a husband standing over his wife's body, claiming she had taken her own life, a claim that seemed plausible at first until forensic details and a patient investigation revealed a calculated plan that had unfolded inside an otherwise ordinary home. On June 9, 2010, in the village of Rothley, Leicestershire, 47-year-old Claire Bernal was found dead in her house. She had been shot with a shotgun at close range. The only other person inside the home at the time was her husband, 49-year-old Rajesh Talwar. When emergency services arrived, Rajesh told them that Claire had shot herself. He said she had been depressed and that the gun had discharged during an argument. He insisted it was suicide, but almost immediately, something did not sit right with investigators. Claire had been shot in the abdomen at close range. The positioning of the wound, the angle of the weapon, and the absence of clear gunshot residue patterns on her hands raised questions. Suicide by shotgun is rare and physically difficult, particularly in the manner described. Forensic specialists began carefully reconstructing the scene. Rajesh had already begun making phone calls before contacting emergency services. He had also cleaned parts of the scene, claiming he panicked and tried to help his wife. Detectives noted these details carefully. As background information surfaced, a picture of the marriage began to change. Claire had reportedly told friends she wanted to separate. There were financial tensions. Rajesh was known to have been controlling and deeply concerned about maintaining appearances within the community. Investigators examined the shotgun itself. It was registered and legally owned. Forensic testing revealed the weapon had been fired from a position inconsistent with Claire holding it herself. Gunshot residue patterns suggested it had been discharged by someone standing nearby rather than by the victim. Digital evidence also became significant. Phone records showed Rajesh had searched online for information about gunshot wounds and survivability in the months before Claire's death. Prosecutors would later argue that he had researched whether a shotgun wound to the abdomen would guarantee death. When confronted with inconsistencies, Rajesh altered parts of his account. He suggested the gun had gone off accidentally during a struggle. Then he returned to the suicide narrative. The shifting explanations further damaged his credibility. In 2011, Rajesh Talwar was charged with murder. At trial, prosecutors presented detailed forensic analysis, including trajectory reconstruction, blood pattern interpretation, and residue testing. Experts explained why Claire could not have fired the shotgun in the way described. They demonstrated how the physical evidence contradicted Rajesh's version of events. The defense argued that forensic interpretation is not always definitive and maintained there was reasonable doubt about what happened during the couple's final moments. They suggested the tragedy occurred during a heated argument and was not premeditated. But jurors focused on the combination of forensic contradictions and digital research evidence. The prosecution's argument was clear. Rajesh had killed his wife and attempted to stage the scene as suicide to avoid detection. In July 2012, Rajesh Talwar was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. For Claire's family, the conviction confirmed what they had suspected from the beginning, that she had not taken her own life. She had been killed during a moment of domestic conflict that escalated beyond repair. The case became an example frequently cited in British criminal justice discussions about staged suicides and the importance of forensic reconstruction. Without careful analysis of angles, residue, and physical positioning, the original explanation might have been accepted. The village of Rothley returned to its quiet routines after the trial concluded. But the case left a lasting reminder that scenes can be manipulated and initial appearances can conceal deliberate actions. Claire Bernal's death was not the private tragedy of despair that her husband described. It was, according to the court's finding, a deliberate act hidden behind a familiar narrative that investigators refused to accept without proof. In the end, it was not emotion or speculation that solved the case, but methodical reconstruction of physical evidence, the quiet language of forensic science exposing a story that words alone could not sustain. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who vanished after a late shift at work. A disappearance that looked at first like a random abduction along a dark roadside, until investigators uncovered a calculated plan driven by obsession, jealousy, and the belief that violence could erase rejection. On October 18, 2012, 24-year-old Jessica Ridgway left school in Westminster, Colorado, and began walking home. She never arrived. When her parents realized she was missing, panic spread quickly. Westminster was considered a relatively safe suburban community. Children walked home from school every day. Search efforts began almost immediately. Volunteers canvassed neighborhoods. Police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses. Within days, the case drew national attention. A 10-year-old child had vanished in broad daylight. Then, on October 24th, human remains were discovered in a rural open space area not far from Jessica's neighborhood. Authorities confirmed the remains belonged to her. She had been abducted, murdered, and dismembered. The brutality stunned investigators. As detectives searched for suspects, they examined reports of suspicious activity in the area. One neighbor mentioned a teenage boy who had behaved oddly in the days following the disappearance. That tip led investigators to 17-year-old Austin Sigg. Sigg lived with his mother less than a mile from where Jessica was last seen. He had an intense interest in forensic science and criminal investigations. In fact, he had once told classmates he wanted to study mortuary science. But beneath that academic curiosity, investigators would later uncover something far darker. Forensic evidence connected Sigg to Jessica Ridgway's death. DNA recovered from her remains matched his profile. Surveillance footage placed a vehicle linked to him near the area at the relevant time. As pressure mounted, Sigg confessed to his mother. She contacted police immediately and reported her son's admission. When officers arrived, Sigg provided details about the abduction and killing that had not been publicly released. Investigators later determined that Sigg had acted alone. He abducted Jessica while she was walking home, transported her to his residence, and committed the crime before attempting to dispose of evidence in nearby open land. During interrogation, Sigg also confessed to a prior attempted abduction of another young girl in the same area weeks earlier. That earlier victim had managed to escape, providing police with an initial but limited suspect description at the time. In 2013, Austin Sigg pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. Because he was a juvenile at the time of the crime, the sentencing structure became complex under Colorado law. He received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The case devastated the Westminster community. Schools implemented new safety procedures. Parents adjusted routines. The idea that a local teenager could commit such violence forced residents to confront uncomfortable realities about proximity and unpredictability. Jessica Ridgway was remembered as energetic and kind, deeply loved by her family. Vigils drew thousands. Her parents later advocated for child safety awareness, ensuring her name would not fade into statistics. Investigators described the case as one solved through rapid community cooperation, forensic precision, and a confession that confirmed suspicions before further harm could occur. Austin Sigg's interest in crime investigation had been outwardly academic, but internally it masked dangerous impulses that escalated into irreversible action. The earlier attempted abduction showed that intervention might have come sooner had there been stronger evidence at the time. The open field where Jessica was found appears quiet today, bordered by suburban homes and walking trails. It is difficult to imagine the scale of the search that once filled those same spaces with helicopters, officers, and volunteers hoping for a different outcome. The case remains a stark example of how swiftly violence can emerge within familiar surroundings, and how communities must rely on vigilance, reporting, and coordinated response to bring resolution when the unthinkable happens. Jessica Ridgway was 10 years old. Her disappearance began as a frantic search and ended with a confirmed conviction, closing the legal case, but leaving a permanent mark on the town that once believed such a crime could never happen there. Next story. The first indication that something had gone wrong was not a scream, not a struggle, not even a missing person report, but a signed document that should never have existed, filed quietly into a county records system and stamped as complete, a routine administrative action that, under normal circumstances, would have passed without notice, except for one detail that made no sense. The signature belonged to a man who had already been dead for 3 days. The discrepancy was discovered by a clerk during a routine audit in late October 2007 in a mid-sized town in Ohio, where paperwork was processed in predictable cycles and irregularities were rare enough to stand out immediately. And when the clerk flagged the document, it was initially assumed to be a clerical error, a delayed entry, or a simple mislabeling. But as the timestamps were reviewed more closely, it became clear that the document had been created, signed, and filed well after the official time of death, forcing investigators to confront a question that had no easy explanation. The deceased was a 58-year-old man named Harold Whitaker, a retired insurance adjuster who lived alone and had been found unresponsive in his home on October 14th. With the initial cause of death recorded as a cardiac event, there were no signs of forced entry, no indications of violence, and no immediate reason to doubt the conclusion. His medical history supported the finding, and the case had been closed within hours, but the existence of the document suggested that something had occurred after his death that had not been accounted for, something that required access, intent, and a level of familiarity with both the victim and the system used to record official records. The document itself was a property transfer form, indicating that Harold had signed over ownership of a small parcel of land on the outskirts of town, land that, while not particularly valuable on its own, had recently been included in a proposed development plan, a detail that had not yet become public knowledge, but was accessible to certain individuals within the municipal system. And the form listed a new owner, a name that at first glance did not stand out, but would soon become central to the investigation, a man named Daniel Reeves, who had no known personal connection to Harold, but had recently been involved in several similar property acquisitions in the area. As investigators began to dig deeper, they discovered that the document had been processed through an internal terminal at the county office late in the evening on October 17th, 3 days after Harold's death, and the login credentials used belonged to a junior records technician who insisted that she had not been working that night. Her alibi was quickly confirmed, placing her out of town at the time, which meant that someone had accessed the system using her credentials, either by obtaining her password or by using an already logged-in terminal, a possibility that raised concerns about internal security and the potential for deliberate manipulation. Attention turned toward Daniel Reeves, whose pattern of property acquisitions suggested a calculated strategy rather than random investment. And when questioned, he maintained that all transactions had been conducted legally, with proper documentation and consent, but he was unable to provide any direct evidence of his interaction with Harold, no witnesses, no correspondence, nothing that would explain how the agreement had been reached, and more importantly, he could not explain how the document had been signed after Harold's death. His responses were measured, careful, and consistent, but they lacked the detail that investigators expected from someone involved in multiple transactions of this nature. The investigation took a significant turn when forensic analysts examined the original document, not just the digital record, but the physical copy that had been scanned into the system. And what they found was subtle but critical. The ink used for the signature showed signs of pressure variation inconsistent with natural handwriting, suggesting that it had been guided or traced rather than freely written. And further analysis revealed that the signature matched perfectly with a previous document signed by Harold months earlier, not just in style, but in exact proportions and alignment, indicating that it had likely been replicated using a template rather than produced organically. This discovery shifted the focus from a questionable transaction to a deliberate act of fraud, potentially involving forgery and unauthorized access to official systems. And as investigators expanded their scope, they uncovered a pattern of similar transactions linked to Daniel Reeves, each involving individuals who had recently died, each processed within days of their deaths, and each transferring property under circumstances that, while appearing legitimate on paper, could not be. substantiated through normal channels. The pattern was too consistent to ignore, suggesting a systematic approach rather than isolated incidents. Further analysis of access logs revealed that the same terminal had been used in each case, always during off hours, always using different employee credentials, and always for a brief window of time, indicating that the person responsible was familiar with the system's vulnerabilities and knew how to avoid detection. And when surveillance footage from the county office was reviewed, investigators identified a figure entering the building during one of these time frames, using a key card that had been reported lost months earlier but never deactivated, a procedural oversight that now carried significant consequences. The footage was grainy, but it provided enough detail to identify the individual as someone who had previously worked as an IT contractor for the county, a man named Eric Dalton, who had been responsible for maintaining the very systems that were now being exploited, and who had left the position under unclear circumstances shortly before the first questionable transaction had occurred. When located and questioned, Eric initially denied any involvement, but inconsistencies in his timeline, combined with the mounting digital evidence, began to erode his credibility. A search of Eric's residence uncovered equipment used for document replication, including high-resolution scanners, specialized printers, and software capable of reproducing signatures with precise accuracy, as well as a collection of personal documents belonging to several deceased individuals, including Harold Whitaker, items that should never have been in his possession, and which provided a direct link between him and the fraudulent transactions. The evidence painted a clear picture of a scheme that relied on timing, access, and the assumption that no one would question actions taken after a person's death, a window of vulnerability that Eric had exploited repeatedly. Under pressure, Eric eventually admitted to the scheme, explaining that he had identified the gap in oversight while working on the system, recognizing that there was no immediate mechanism to lock records following a death, and that by acting quickly, he could create and process transactions before any safeguards were triggered. He had partnered with Daniel Reeves, who acted as the public face of the acquisitions, allowing the transactions to appear legitimate while Eric handled the technical aspects behind the scenes. The plan had worked multiple times, each success reinforcing the belief that it would continue indefinitely until a single document, filed at the wrong time, drew attention. What had initially appeared to be a minor administrative anomaly became the starting point for unraveling a complex and calculated operation, one that relied not on violence, but on precision, timing, and the manipulation of systems designed to maintain order. And in the end, it was not a dramatic confrontation or a sudden breakthrough that exposed the truth, but a quiet inconsistency in a routine process, a signature that existed when it should not have, a small detail that forced a closer look, and in doing so, revealed everything that had been carefully hidden beneath the surface. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of two deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing pharmacist after closing his store for the night. A disappearance that at first seemed like a man simply stepping away from routine, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the winter of 2005, the city of Des Moines, Iowa moved through cold evenings where most businesses shut down early and streets emptied quickly. Among the few places that stayed open late was a small independent pharmacy owned by 37-year-old Daniel Reeves. Daniel had built the store over several years and was known by customers as careful, polite, and extremely consistent in his daily routine. Every evening, he followed the same pattern. He closed the pharmacy around 8:30 p.m., completed inventory checks, locked the doors, and walked to his car parked just behind the building. Because of that strict routine, his absence stood out immediately when something went wrong. On the night of January 18th, Daniel finished closing the store shortly before 9. A regular customer who had left just minutes earlier later recalled seeing him through the front window counting receipts. Security cameras from a nearby business captured Daniel locking the front door and walking toward the rear parking lot at approximately 8:57 p.m. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had stayed late at the store. But when repeated calls went unanswered and the pharmacy remained closed the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the rear parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along his usual route, the car turned toward a quiet service road that led to a cluster of storage facilities and closed warehouses. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind an unused storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's business records and recent transactions. One detail quickly stood out. The pharmacy had recently reported a series of missing prescription medications, including controlled substances that were tightly regulated. Daniel had begun documenting discrepancies and was preparing to report them formally. Investigators focused on employees and individuals who had access to the pharmacy. One name surfaced repeatedly. A former employee named Kevin Morales had been dismissed several weeks earlier after inconsistencies were discovered in inventory logs during his shifts. According to records, Daniel had been directly involved in that decision. Detectives located Morales and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the pharmacy, but insisted he had not been there since losing his job. He claimed he had spent the night of January 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Morales' phone near the pharmacy shortly after closing time, and later near the same storage area where Daniel's car had been found. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby storage facility later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 9:30 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Morales. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside, the vehicle forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Reeves. Morales was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Morales admitted that he had gone to the pharmacy that evening and waited nearby for Daniel to leave. According to his statement, he approached Daniel in the parking lot and followed him to the service road under the pretense of talking about his job. Investigators believe Morales was aware that Daniel had discovered the missing medications and feared further action would be taken. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Daniel attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Morales attempted to hide the crime by moving Daniel away from the area and abandoning his car near the storage facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 35 miles outside Des Moines, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath frozen soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Reeves. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the pharmacy and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Morales at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Morales took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Morales was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Customers and members of the community remembered him as someone who had built a trusted place where people relied on him for care and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A route that did not make sense, a witness noticing two vehicles in an empty area, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually uncovered a crime that someone believed would remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a remote farmhouse on a long gravel road, about a family that carried its history like a shadow, and about how isolation can turn ordinary struggles into something far more dangerous when nobody is watching closely enough. In the late 1980s in rural Nebraska, there was a wide stretch of farmland surrounded by cornfields that seemed to go on forever. At the edge of this landscape stood an old two-story farmhouse with a rusted windmill and a row of oak trees lining the driveway. The property belonged to the Carlson family. The father, Henry, had inherited the land from his parents. His wife, Marie, handled the household. Their son, Ben, spent most afternoons repairing farm equipment or helping with the livestock. People in the closest town knew the Carlsons as a private family who preferred to handle everything on their own. Life on the farm was quiet, but it also allowed isolation to have too much influence. The Carlsons rarely visited town except for supplies. They did not attend community events or church gatherings. Many families in the area were similarly independent, so nobody thought much of it. But neighbors did notice one detail. Henry had a younger brother named Samuel who lived with them after returning from a long period away. Samuel rarely came outside. He was occasionally seen through the barn doorway or at the edge of the property during sunset, but he kept to himself in a way that felt different from the others. In the spring of 1989, stores in the nearby town reported that the Carlsons had stopped coming in altogether. They placed phone orders and asked for deliveries to be left at the gate. When asked if everything was all right, Marie always said they were managing fine and did not want to bother anyone. Weeks turned into months, and nobody saw Samuel at all during this time. People assumed he was traveling again or working elsewhere. The turning point came in late autumn when a local postal carrier noticed that packages addressed to Samuel were piling up on the porch. Some were medical statements. Others were letters from state agencies. They remained unopened for weeks. When the carrier mentioned this to a deputy during a casual conversation, the deputy decided to perform a wellness check. In rural areas, wellness checks are usually quick and uneventful. But this one took a different direction. When the deputy arrived, Henry stepped out from a barn and tried to wave him off. He said the family was preparing for winter and did not have time for visitors. The deputy explained that unopened mail for a family member triggered concern. Henry insisted everything was fine, but as they spoke, the deputy noticed something odd. The windows of the house were covered from the inside, not with curtains, but with sheets of plywood. The windmill behind the house was bound with rope to prevent it from turning, something farmers rarely do unless there is structural damage. And Samuel's truck sat in the same spot where it had rested months earlier, tires sinking slightly into the soil. The deputy requested to speak with Marie. She appeared at the back door, looking tired and unsettled. When asked about Samuel's whereabouts, she hesitated before saying he was staying with relatives. The deputy asked for the relatives' contact information. She said she did not have it. The deputy knew this did not match the unopened mail that clearly showed Samuel was still registered at the farm. He radioed for permission to conduct a more thorough check. Inside the house, investigators found signs that something had gone wrong long before the visit. The living room was sparse, as if furniture had been removed. The kitchen table held stacks of financial documents with Samuel's name on them, each stamped overdue. In a locked storage room, they discovered personal belongings that should not have been untouched. There were Samuel's jackets, his tools, and notebooks he had kept while working on the farm. Everything was undisturbed, as if he had simply vanished without preparing to leave. A deeper search led to the basement. The entrance was blocked by a heavy shelving unit, but when investigators moved it aside, they found a small stairway leading into a dimly lit room. The space was cold, with concrete walls and a narrow bed. Medical wrappers and empty water jugs were scattered near the corner. There were marks on the wall, showing days counted in long rows. The final row ended abruptly. Investigators concluded that Samuel had been living in the basement for an extended period. The evidence suggested he had been kept there under the guise of treatment. Records later revealed he struggled with mental health issues after returning home years earlier. The family, believing they could manage his care alone, had isolated him from the world. They avoided hospitals and refused outside support. At some point, the situation escalated into severe neglect, and Samuel's condition deteriorated beyond recovery. Forensic teams searched the entire property, eventually discovering remains buried beneath the old windmill. The findings indicated Samuel had passed away at least a year before the investigation began. Instead of seeking help or reporting his death, the family had concealed it, continuing to accept medical reimbursements and disability benefits in his name. The plywood-covered windows, the restricted access to the farm, and the halted visits to town were all part of their attempt to hide the truth. Henry and Marie faced charges related to neglect, concealment, and fraud. The court heard testimony about their belief that they were caring for Samuel privately, but the evidence showed a long pattern of control, fear, and an unwillingness to let professionals intervene. Their son, Ben, testified that he had tried to convince his parents to seek help, but they refused, insisting that outsiders would break the family apart. The town reacted with a mixture of grief and disbelief. Many had assumed the Carlsons were simply private people coping with the challenges of rural life. The case led to changes in local policies. County officials increased wellness checks in remote areas, especially for residents who relied on medical assistance. State agencies improved monitoring systems for long-term benefit recipients. Volunteers formed a small outreach program to visit isolated farms and offer support before problems grew too large to manage. The farmhouse was eventually abandoned. New owners later renovated the property, removing the plywood and clearing the land. But residents who lived through that period still recall the years when the Carlsons remained hidden behind silence and self-reliance. They remember how isolation can mask suffering and how important it is to pay attention, even in places where life seems predictable. The story of the Carlson family is not about dramatic events or sensational moments. It is about how loneliness, pride, and fear can combine into something dangerous when help is pushed away for too long. It is a reminder that isolation can change the course of a family without anyone noticing, and that communities must remain aware of the small signs that something is not as ordinary as it appears. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing gym owner after closing time. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping out for a short errand, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through patient investigation. In the spring of 2007, the city of Tampa, Florida moved through long, humid evenings where businesses stayed open late and people filled gyms, restaurants, and small shops across the city. Among them was 38-year-old fitness trainer and gym owner Marcus Reed. Marcus had built his small training facility from the ground up and was known by his clients as disciplined, focused, and consistent. His routine rarely changed. He usually stayed at the gym until late evening, finishing training sessions, cleaning equipment, and handling paperwork before locking up and heading home. Because of that routine, his absence was noticed almost immediately when something went wrong. On the night of May 21st, Marcus finished his last session around 9:45 p.m. A client later recalled speaking with him briefly as they left the building. Security cameras inside the gym showed Marcus wiping down equipment and turning off lights before exiting through the front door at approximately 10:02 p.m. The camera outside captured him locking the entrance and walking toward his car park just a few spaces away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Marcus did not return home that night, his sister attempted to call him several times but received no answer. By the following morning, when the gym remained closed and Marcus had missed scheduled sessions with clients, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that afternoon. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the gym and nearby businesses. Cameras showed Marcus's car leaving the parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his neighborhood. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing home, his vehicle turned toward a side street that led into a less populated commercial area filled with warehouses and closed storefronts. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, a sanitation worker discovered Marcus's car parked behind an empty warehouse in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Marcus's gym bag was sitting on the passenger seat, and his phone was in the center console. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Marcus. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Marcus's personal and professional relationships. Clients described him as dedicated and fair. Financial records showed the gym had been doing well, but there had been a recent dispute involving a former business partner. The partner was a man named Kevin Shaw. Shaw had originally invested in the gym when it first opened, but had left the business several months earlier after disagreements about finances and management. According to records, the separation had been tense, with both men disputing ownership shares and future profits. Detectives decided to interview Shaw. During the conversation, he admitted there had been disagreements, but insisted he had moved on to other business ventures. He claimed he had not seen Marcus recently and had spent the evening of May 21st at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Shaw's phone in the same commercial area where Marcus's car had been found at approximately the same time he disappeared. When confronted with that information, Shaw said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A security guard who worked at a nearby warehouse later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 10:30 that night. One of them matched Marcus's car. The other was a dark SUV that remained there for several minutes before quickly leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching the SUV description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Shaw. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the rear cargo area, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the upholstery from Marcus's car. More significantly, they found faint traces of blood that appeared to have been partially cleaned from the floor lining. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Marcus Reed. Shaw was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Shaw admitted that he had contacted Marcus earlier that evening asking to meet and discuss their ongoing financial dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place behind the warehouse where Marcus's car was later found. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the business and money. During the confrontation, Shaw attacked Marcus. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Marcus. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of land nearly 30 miles outside Tampa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Marcus Reed. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Marcus leaving the gym and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Shaw at the scene. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Shaw took afterward to conceal the body and clean his SUV. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Shaw was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Marcus Reed's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Clients and friends remembered him as someone who had built his life around discipline, health, and helping others improve themselves. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness noticing two vehicles behind a warehouse, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a sixth-grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession in a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the sudden disappearance of a young office worker on an ordinary weekday afternoon. A case that confused investigators for weeks before a small piece of overlooked evidence slowly revealed the truth behind a carefully hidden murder. In the summer of 2002, the city of Fort Collins, Colorado, was experiencing the steady growth that had turned it into a busy but still comfortable place to live. College students filled the streets near the university, while professionals working in nearby businesses commuted through the downtown district every morning. Among them was 29-year-old administrative assistant Hannah Collins. She worked for a small engineering firm located in a 3-story office building near the center of town. Hannah had worked there for almost 4 years and was known as someone who kept her schedule organized and predictable. Every weekday, she arrived at the office shortly before 8:30, spent the day managing appointments and paperwork for several engineers, and usually left around 5 in the afternoon. After work, she often stopped at a nearby grocery store or cafe before heading back to the apartment she shared with a roommate. On Tuesday, July 16th, Hannah followed that same routine. Co-workers later told investigators that nothing about her behavior that day seemed unusual. She answered calls, organized files, and spoke with several clients over the phone. Shortly before 5, she shut down her computer and told a co-worker she was heading home. Security cameras in the building showed her walking through the lobby and out to the parking lot at 5:07 p.m. She climbed into her small sedan and drove away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Hannah did not arrive home later that evening, her roommate initially assumed she had gone out with friends. But as the night passed and several calls went unanswered, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when Hannah also failed to appear at work, the roommate contacted police. A missing person investigation began almost immediately. Detectives started by retracing Hannah's route after leaving the office. Traffic cameras showed her car traveling along the road that normally led toward her apartment. But after passing through one intersection, her vehicle suddenly turned in the opposite direction, heading toward a quieter commercial district. Investigators could not immediately explain why she would go there. 2 days later, her car was discovered parked behind a closed auto repair shop in that same district. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed several unusual details. Hannah's purse was on the passenger seat, and her phone was sitting in the cup holder. Most people do not abandon both items if they plan to go somewhere voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully processed the car. Using specialized lighting, they discovered a faint smear of blood along the edge of the driver's side door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Hannah. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Hannah's life. Co-workers described her as friendly and professional. Financial records showed no serious problems. Friends said she had not mentioned any threats or conflicts. For several days, the investigation produced very few leads. Then a mechanic who worked in the area where Hannah's car had been found contacted police with a possible clue. He explained that on the evening Hannah disappeared, he had seen a dark color van parked near the repair shop around 5:30. He remembered the van because the driver appeared to be standing near another vehicle in the lot, though he had not paid much attention at the time. Detectives began searching for surveillance cameras in the surrounding area that might have captured the van. After reviewing footage from nearby businesses, they located a recording from a gas station that showed a similar van passing through an intersection only minutes after Hannah's car had turned toward the commercial district. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Gregory Hale. Hale was 41 years old and worked as a delivery driver for a regional supply company. When detectives looked deeper into his records, they discovered that he had made several deliveries to the engineering firm where Hannah worked. Co-workers later confirmed that Hale had visited the office building multiple times during the previous months. Detectives asked Hale to come in for questioning. During the interview, he acknowledged delivering packages to the office, but claimed he barely knew Hannah and had not seen her recently. He also said he had been working in a different part of town the evening she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. GPS records from the delivery van showed that Hale had stopped near the auto repair shop for nearly 15 minutes at approximately the same time Hannah's car had been seen turning into the area. When detectives asked why he had stopped there, Hale said he had simply pulled over to check a delivery address on his phone. The explanation did not convince investigators. A search warrant was issued for the van. Inside, forensic technicians discovered several strands of hair caught in the fabric near the passenger seat, along with small fibers that did not belong to Hale. Laboratory testing later confirmed the hair matched Hannah's DNA, with the evidence connecting his vehicle directly to the missing woman. Hale was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully laid out the forensic results and the timeline, placing his van near Hannah's car that evening. After hours of questioning, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Hale admitted that he had seen Hannah leaving her office building and followed her car through several streets before approaching her in the parking lot behind the repair shop. Investigators believe he had become fixated on her during his delivery visits to the office. The confrontation quickly turned violent. According to Hale's confession, Hannah fought back during the attack, which explained the blood evidence found at her car and the hair discovered in the van. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken her. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 40 miles outside Fort Collins, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath branches and loose soil. The remains found at the site were later confirmed to be Hannah Collins. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Traffic camera footage showed Hannah's unexpected turn toward the commercial district. GPS records placed Hale's van at the same location. Forensic experts explained how the hair and fiber evidence connected his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Hale took afterward to hide the body and clean his van. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Gregory Hale was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Hannah Collins's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing taxi dispatcher after a quiet overnight shift. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone simply stepping away from work, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the early months of 2002, the city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania moved through cold, silent nights where most activity came from late shift workers and transportation services. Among those working through those hours was 39-year-old taxi dispatcher Linda Hayes. Linda had spent nearly 8 years coordinating drivers, answering calls, and managing routes from a small dispatch office located near a row of garages where taxis were stored. Her routine was steady and predictable. She worked overnight shifts, usually finishing around 5:30 a.m., after which she would lock up the office and drive home. Because of that consistency, her absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the morning of March 18th, Linda completed her shift as usual. Dispatch records showed her handling calls through the night without issue. A driver later recalled speaking with her over the radio around 5:20 a.m. as she prepared to close the office. Security cameras from the exterior of the building captured Linda stepping outside at approximately 5:34 a.m., locking the door behind her and walking toward her car parked nearby. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Linda did not arrive home that morning, her family initially assumed she had stopped somewhere after work. But as hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the dispatch office and nearby streets. Cameras showed Linda's car leaving the parking area and heading toward the main road that led to her home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along her usual route, the car turned toward an industrial stretch of road lined with repair shops and storage yards. Investigators could not immediately explain why she would go there. 2 days later, Linda's car was discovered parked behind a closed auto repair facility in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Linda's purse and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Linda. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Linda's work at the dispatch office. Several drivers mentioned that she had recently reported issues with unauthorized ride requests and suspected someone was interfering with the dispatch system. One individual connected to those irregularities was a former driver named Anthony Blake. Blake had been removed from the company several weeks earlier after repeated complaints about bypassing dispatch procedures and handling unauthorized fares. According to records, Linda had been directly involved in reporting those issues. Detectives located Blake and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted there had been disagreements, but insisted he had not seen Linda after losing his job. He claimed he had spent the morning of March 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Blake's phone near the dispatch office shortly before Linda finished her shift, and later near the same industrial area where her car had been found. When confronted with that information, Blake said he'd been driving through the area to meet someone. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A mechanic working at a nearby garage later reported seeing 2 vehicles parked behind the repair facility early that morning. One matched Linda's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Anthony Blake. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Linda's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Linda Hayes. Blake was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Blake admitted that he had gone to the dispatch office that morning and followed Linda after she left. According to his statement, he approached her in the industrial area to confront her about the complaints that led to his removal from the company. Investigators believe he had been watching her routine and chose a moment when the area would be quiet. The confrontation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Linda attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Blake attempted to hide the crime by moving her away from the area and abandoning her car behind a repair facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded area nearly 30 miles outside Pittsburgh, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath leaves and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Linda Hayes. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Linda leaving the dispatch office and diverting from her normal route. Cell phone records placed Blake at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Blake took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Anthony Blake was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Linda Hayes' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who had quietly managed long overnight shifts that kept the system running. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved. Next story.